So good morning everyone and welcome to today's study workspace, and you're welcome to join us for these 6 hours sections. We'll be having 6 sessions out of the 6 hours, which means we'll be doing 10 that's 50 minutes of mindful of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break. So I want you to come with your priority task, what you want to achieve, what you tend to, maybe you have the deadline that is coming close, or maybe it's very important to you. So those are the priority tasks. So bring it along, and remember that during the break time, you're allowed to go on a break, to walk around, to take a nap, to meditate, all that you can do to restore your energy and your clarity. What you do during your break, you can also seek clarification by asking questions, or maybe you can just join us and chat, because today we are also continuing on activities and the things that we can do to improve our memory, to improve our retention ability, to improve our recall ability, to improve the way we encode information and how we store information, to improve our memory in general, which means that will help us to reduce forgetfulness and blankness. So many people are so blank that it's now becoming a routine that they walk into a room and don't know why they are there. So you need to join us, and the exercises that will be given during the break, maybe one or twice during the break, might just be what you need to improve your memory. And remember, it's not a marathon. It's not like solving puzzles, hard puzzles. It's not like things that you have to sweat to do. It's not like going to the gym. They are just little exercises, things that you can imbibe and turn it into a habit to improve your memory. So we'll be talking about the things that we are doing that is not helpful to our memory, and the things that we can do to improve our memory. So remember that during the deep work time, that we'll be focusing on the job at hand. So we reduce every distraction, things like notification calls. If they are not necessary, reduce them. So that's very important that you train your focus, because your output this year, your productivity this year is mainly dependent on your focus. So you need to train your focus as to focus on the things that matters, to put your energy to the things that matters. You don't need to put your energy everywhere. You don't need to be everywhere. So many people think they should be everywhere to achieve what they want to achieve. But if you join us here, you have the structure that you need to improve yourself. So we'll be doing these 6 hours, not at a stretch. It will be going in every 1 hour. We do 50 minutes of deep work, then 10 minutes of mindful break. So that is how it will go till 4 p.m. today. So I will want you to join us and invite students, those that are also struggling to study. If you want to know how to study effectively, that is also okay. You can ask questions on how to study effectively. So we'll be discussing all those spaced repetition, active recall, teaching mismatch. So those techniques that you can use to improve your study. So we can talk about that. And if you're a researcher, you are struggling with time, you have so much to do, you have so many roles to play, and you are struggling, you can join us every week, twice a week, Wednesday and Thursday. So we do 6 hours each time, making it 12 hours. If you join us, you see that this structure is going to help you to be more productive. It's going to give you the structure that you need. It will help you to learn how to balance your work and rest, to learn how to make things work for you, make your energy work for you, to refocus your energy, to improve your rest time, so as to improve your clarity, which is very important to your achievements too. So we are starting now, and the next break will be happening 10:50. Then the next one will be, after that will be 11:50. So it will be happening 50 minutes on top of every hour till 4 p.m. So join us, and remember that during break you can walk around, you can ask questions, you can join us to chat during break. I'll be here to chat. Sometimes I will have to leave, maybe to go get food, or maybe just to walk around. And remember, if you're using computer like I'm using, it's very important that you learn to value your eyes. You need to value it, you need to treasure it, especially for students and researchers. You know that this eyes is an asset on its own, so you need to protect it. So use the right screen and be at the same level. Let your hands be at the same level as your desk if you're working. And remember to take your eyes off the screen after every 5 to 10 minutes and look through the window, look further and see how far you can see and see how clear you can see. That is very important. Adjusting your sight. So if you're using computer, make sure that you don't just put your eyes on the screen 1 hour, 2 hours. That is not healthy for you. So with time, you start having problem adjusting your sight. You want everything to be very near, because you know computer is near to you and it affects our sight. So try as much as possible to take your eyes off the screen and look through the window, look further ahead. If you don't have window, maybe your window is at your back, you can just look in front of you, look very far to see how much you can see. That's very important. And don't sit for more than 3 hours. So for every 3 hours, make sure that you stand and walk around to improve circulation. That is very important for your work. So we talk about rest, we talk about work time, we talk about hobby, we talk about the balance, your sleep. They are all important. So they are part of your productivity. If you're going to work today, you're already at work and you haven't planned your rest time, you haven't planned your break time, this is the time to plan it. Because many people always be asking, when is the best time to rest? And I will let you know that the best time to rest is when you are not yet exhausted. It's not when you are tired. It is when you plan to take the rest, because whether you plan it or not, your body and your brain is going to take a rest. And when they take unintentional breaks, then you see yourself making mistakes and maybe being slow in decision making, and so many other things might go wrong from there. So it's better you take your break intentionally. So plan your break and make sure you take short break in between jobs, like we are doing. For every 1 hour, we'll be taking a break of 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes is for you. It's not a time to finish up what you did not finish. It's not a time for you to do overtime. It's time for you to gain clarity. It's time for you to restore your energy and your clarity. It's time for you to relax your body, and that is very healthy for you mentally and physically. It's very important. So your rest is important, and it takes a wise man to know that rest is important. So make sure to take rest in between tasks today. If you have planned your rest already, make sure that it's suitable for you. Don't go all the way 3 hours, 6 hours without any break. That doesn't improve your productivity. Most times it's going to slow down your decision making, and that is going to affect your productivity. So take short breaks is very important. We are starting now. So once it's 10:50, then we'll be on a break. If you have any question to ask, you can just put it in the chat, because we won't be responding to chat or maybe talking during the deep work time, because we focus on the job at hand. And after that, during the break, it's time for us to chat. It's time for us to know each other. And this is, if this is your first time joining us, it's very important that you introduce yourself and let us know what you're working on. You might not go into details. You might just tell us, oh, I'm making a correction on my paper, I'm writing a paper, okay, I'm reading today, okay, I'm preparing for exam. Those are the things that we do in this place. If you are in your office, that is also very fine. You need to just let us know, okay, you are in the office and you're working. So let's know how far you go. Each time I will help you celebrate every milestone that you achieve for every task that you have set out to do today. If you achieve one, just let us know that yes, you've done one. So we celebrate that for you. And thank you for joining, everyone. And let's go and see how much you achieved before it is 10:50. It's a break time. This is 10:50. So welcome everyone that has joined and those that are watching from the hour. So this is our break time and it's a time for us to stretch, walk, maybe even have a little healthy snacks, drink water, relax, anything that can help you restore your energy, restore your clarity. So that is what we do during this break time, and make sure that you have a rest in between job. That is very important. It's very, very important that you rest during your work time so you don't go at a stretch. That might not be helpful. It might not be helpful. Let me check what's in the chat, anything that has been dropped in the checking if the chat works because I can see it keeps rolling. I don't know what the problem is. Uh, so if you are there, please you can just put in the chat and let's see if that works. Okay, I've seen the hello. So if you're there with us, you can put in the chat what you want us to talk about. Maybe you can just say hello or let us know what you are working on. So we are talking about memory and the, should I say, the predicaments that people have found themselves in this digital age when we have so much support from digital technology. And it's very, very helpful. I mean, the advancements in the last 20 years is just, it's mind blowing. Where we have been and where we were and where we are now is mind blowing when you check what has happened over the 50 years, and maybe if you look back the past from that 50 downwards maybe to 100 to 200, you see that the transformation is very rapid, it's something very fast. Then you need to also look at the human brain and see how it works. Human brain has evolved over years using slow information, so it has been slow. The development of human brain has been a very slow process for over thousands of years, and then the last 50 years you see how rapid things has been changing. Technology everywhere, you have the from the ICT to the AI that we have now, so it has been a rapid change. So human brain have had to deal with very fast information, too much information, and trying to manage so much changes. So it's not something that is quite easy. So when people start saying, when you hear people say, oh, people now are no longer thinking, or maybe children are not that intelligent, you need to also factor this in and see what has happened and how we came to where we are now. So that is very, very important. So when we look at human brain and the changes, then you know that yes, we are grappling with so much. So you see people being so forgetful. So many people, they forget things easily now, and many can't even think deeply, and many are struggling to remember why they are in the room or why they went to the kitchen. And you see some people, they will even go to the extent of going to the shop to buy things without remembering that they haven't paid. Some people even leave their house earlier than maybe 1 hour or 2 hours earlier because they are confused, and some even try to call a friend whose birthday is 2 or 3 months in order to wish them. So there is a lot of confusion. There is a lot that the brain is managing during this time. So when we talk about memory, something that should be, should I say, everybody should be interested in, because during this time there is need to be conscious and to be intentional about improving your memory, because you want to still be active at the end of the day. You want to be active when you grow old. You don't want to live a forgetful life, because the foundation of your achievements is somehow is a lot dependent on your memory. So you need to have a good memory to encode information, to store information, and to retrieve information, because that is how you can use it to apply in whatever you are doing. So it's very important that we take care of our memory. So let me just go back to the little exercise that we normally do. Let's start with that this morning. So I want us to think back to yesterday and ask yourself what you did yesterday. If you can remember at least 5 highlights of the things that you did yesterday. So I want you to take time. You can just take a minute and go through it, go through your brain and see how much of these things that you remember, how much details do you remember of what you did yesterday. If you can remember them, good. If you can't, please don't be disheartened about it. It's not bad. But once you have achieved this, that you've done the exercise of trying to pull information from your mind, from your brain, and that is the way to exercise your brain. So now when you think about yesterday, when you woke up in the morning, what was the first thing that you saw? Can you remember the first thing that you saw when you woke up yesterday? And who was the first person that you saw yesterday? So we are just trying to test out our memory, and in the process of testing out our memory, we are exercising it. We are trying to gently pull our memory, to pull information from our brain. We are gently trying to strengthen the nerves in the brain, to strengthen our ability to recall information. So I want you to think back and, okay, who was the first person you saw yesterday? If you if you left your house, or if you have been in the house and there are people in your house, who was the first person that you saw yesterday? I want you to think back and see how much of that you remember. So if I think that one you should know now if you remember or not. If you don't remember, it's still okay. You are doing the exercise. So the next one you do is to think through yesterday. I want you to think hour by hour to know if you remember what you were doing between the hour of 7 and 8, between the hour of 12 and 1 yesterday. So what was it that you were doing? I want you to pull back and look into yesterday to see how much details you remember, how much details you still retain in your brain of what happened yesterday. So if you put that out, okay, so we've done that exercise. It's very important that you do this exercise often, and that is going to teach your brain to treat information, to treat the things that you see, the things that you read as important. Because if you keep putting out these questions, your brain will know, okay, once you're seeing something, you need to register it, you need to take care of it, you need to store it. And remember that in all this, there are things that you need to do to improve your memory, which is reducing how much information that you put into your memory. Not every information is necessary. They are not all good for you. So make sure that you take the ones that are good for you, and make sure you have time to rest, time to sleep, to process the information that you have gathered. That is very important. And if you have had the time and you've had the rest, you see that your brain is going to improve. The function of your brain, the ability to recall, will improve, because during sleep, your brain will take the information from your short-term memory to your long-term memory. And so we'll be talking about this during all these breaks. So we'll be talking about what memory is. Okay, let me just talk about that now, because we still have like 2 minutes. So when we talk about human memory, what comes to mind? Are you looking at it as, okay, this is should I say hereditary, something that comes with the makeup of your gene, that you have a very good brain so you can just learn once and you remember it? Or does it look like, okay, you have all the support system that will help you remember things? Or what do you really think about when you think about memory? I will define memory as the ability of your brain to encode information, to store information, and to retrieve information the right way. So you need to look at these three aspects of the memory. You need to encode information rightly, you need to store it the right way, and you need to be able to retrieve it. So for any of these components, any one of them, if it fails, then it will be difficult for you to remember things. You see yourself being forgetful. So it's not all about genetics. Most times we have the environmental factor also. Like we have so many factors which I'm going to be discussing. I'm not discussing any of those biological factors or maybe a genetic factor, because those ones are the things that are very difficult to change. But there are ways you can manage things to improve your ability to recall information. So when we talk about that environmental factor, we are going to be looking at all the things in our environment, things that we are doing that are not helpful. So we've come to the end of this break time. It's now another deep work time. So we go back to the work and see how much we achieved before it's 11:50. this is another break time. It's time for us to go for a stretch, for a walk, for if you want to have a snack, this is the time for you to have your break. It's quite important that you rest in between jobs because that is going to improve your clarity, it's going to help you relax, it's going to help you restore your energy, and to also have the rest that your brain needs to process information. So it's very important that you do that. So make sure to take breaks. Even if you did not finish what you have to do, make sure that you fix your break. You don't take your break because you think you finish everything that you need to do. You don't do the break because you've worked so hard. It's not a reward. It is something that is very necessary. Break is very necessary. Your rest is essential in your productivity. So take it serious. Take it like you're attending a hospital appointment. Once we have those appointments, our mind will be there. Sometimes we even put it in the reminder because we don't want to forget. So I want you to treat your rest time the same way. Make sure that you take it serious. So for those of us that are watching in the eye, you can come in and maybe ask questions and invite others. So like I promised you guys, said we are going to be talking about the things that we do that are not helpful to our memory. If you have found yourself in a state that you are very forgetful these days and you are thinking, what is wrong with me? Or maybe you feel that you are too tired each time you are trying to read, you are trying to analyze, and it's very exhausting, then there is a way for you to improve your memory, to improve your focus. Is very important. So let's look at those things that we do and the things around us that are not helpful, because most times what is affecting our memory is not what we it's not because we caused it, it's not because we are lazy, it's not because we don't want to think, but things around us, the environment, like I said, is a big factor in all this. So the environment is providing us with a lot of easy answers. So once you want something, you get it, instant reward, instant satisfaction, easy answers. Those things, they stop your brain from thinking, they stop you from retrieving from your brain, they stop you from making the effort to consult yourself. And when you are not using it, like every other muscle, you see your brain is going to get weakened because your thinking now is relaxed because it knows that there will be a way to solve the problem. So the first question I'll be asking now is, how fast did you consult your calculator or your phone when you wanted to make a calculation? How fast did you go to it? Did you wait a little to see if you can remember it? Did you give it a thought? Did you try to write it down? So I will need answers to those that are joining. So how fast were you when you consulted your phone or your calculator, when you were trying to find out, okay, what is the balance I should take home? Okay, what is the balance I should receive after buying? How fast did you consult your phone? How fast did you go to the calculator? Or how fast did you ask Google or whatever external memory, external help that you have? And that will tell you something about how we are exercising our brain. Why I'm asking this question is because I've had to talk to so many people. Immediately you ask, oh, you just returned now, how much was the balance? How much is the change? You see the person immediately bring out the phone even before thinking about it. So how fast did you consult your phone when you wanted to make the calculation, when you wanted to see how much change you have or maybe how much you need to collect? How fast did you consult those external help? So if you are there, you can put it in the chat. Maybe you haven't been giving it a thought. This is a time for you to think about it. This is a time for you to know how you have been using your brain, how you have been exercising. Because we know this exercise, this is just a law that applies in everything. Whatever you don't use will be weakened, is going to be lost with time. Any of your ability, the skill, if you're not using it, sometimes you might forget it. And sometimes it might get weakened. It's no longer as sharp as it used to be. If you are not somebody that's running every day, the day you run after 5 years, it will be a very difficult task for you. And then if you are someone that hasn't been working, and now maybe you were going somewhere and your car broke down and there is no means of transport, no other way, you have to walk. So when you start walking after 2 hours, it will be as if you have done a lot of jobs. So the same thing happens with our mind, with our brain, when we are not using it. If you're not thinking, if you're not consulting yourself each time, and you have done that for a very long time, your brain will treat everything as if it is very easy. So it knows that once that there is such question, you're going to be consulting something. So how fast did you consult your phone or your calculator the last time you wanted to make a calculation? So I will advise you to try as much as possible to consult yourself first each time. So if you have the need to make calculation, maybe you went out, you bought something and you want to know how much change you should have. I want you to consult yourself first, try to think about it, try to reason and see if you can get it out. And if you can't, then you can use your pen and paper and try it. Do you know what you're doing? You're exercising your brain, you're exercising your mind. And that is very helpful to your memory. That is very strengthening to the nerves in the brain. So try as much as possible to consult yourself when you have any question. Maybe you were looking for a spelling, you wanted to remember the date of a thing, you wanted to make a call, and this is a number that you call frequently. So try as much as possible to see if you can remember. Consult yourself each time first. I know it will take time for you to get into the habit. So once you bring out that phone, you are trying to ask Google, you are trying to type it to ask that question. Once you remember, please put it down and consult yourself first. See if you can remember the question, the number, if you can remember whatever spelling that you are looking out for. If you can't, that is the time you can go consult, and that is not something to be ashamed of. Is the exercise that you are doing, and with time you will start gaining the confidence that you need. Why I say that you will gain the confidence is because over dependence on all these tools will make you lose your confidence. Because how do we develop our confidence? Is from competence. And how do you develop competence? Is by doing and knowing that yes, you can do it. If you know that you can do it, then you will gain the confidence. So try as much as possible to consult yourself. At first, you might be second guessing yourself, even after writing. Maybe because you've been depending on this technology. After writing, sometimes maybe you've tried to consult yourself. You wanted to know, okay, I've bought something of maybe £17, 30p out of £100. How much should be my change? When you already calculated it, you might be second guessing yourself. Are you sure I'm right? Are you sure I got it right? Yes, it might be happening, but with time, you start getting the confidence that yes, you are right. And one thing with human brain is that it is trainable. Human mind is trainable. Your memory is something that you can improve. Once there is no illness and nothing has occurred to damage it, then it is just because you have this digital overload or over dependence on external help. Then you can still retrain it. So how do you do that? Is to do these gentle exercises each day. Try as much as possible to consult yourself, to ask yourself questions, try to remember things, try to pull things out of your mind, try to encode information the right way by giving it a thought. When you see things, try to see, okay, what is it in this for me? Ask questions. And when you want to store it, make sure that yes, you revisit what you've seen, try to think again about it. Then you are telling your brain that this matters, so it's going to store it. So you need to also rest. When you sleep, your brain is going to take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. So these are the ways to improve your memory. It mustn't be through solving hard puzzles. It mustn't be through a marathon, should I say, quizzing of your brain. No. Gentle exercise every day, things that you do as a habit, is something that will help. Try each day to consult yourself. Try each time before you ask, oh Google, what is the spelling of this? Oh Google, what is today's date? Try to see if you can remember it. And once you do that each day, each time, you will see that you are strengthening your brain nerves, and that is going to improve your memory, and that is going to improve your productivity, because the more you gain confidence in yourself, the better your output. That is just how it works. So we have been on a break and we have come to the end of it. Now this is 12 p.m. So we'll be going on another break once it's 12:50. So if you are here with us, thank you for being there, and I wish you all the best. I wish you a very productive time, a very productive 50 minutes from now. So let's see how much we can achieve. within these 15 minutes. Then during the break, we chat. If you have anything to ask, you can put it in the chat box and we'll talk about it during the break time. So it's our break time once again, and yeah, so time well spent. So it's our break time. This is like 3 hours. Yeah, we started 10, and this is the third section. So you can stand for a stretch, or you walk, or maybe meditation, whatever that makes you relax. It's good that you do that, and yeah, it's important that you exercise your body. That is going to help you to improve your circulation, and from there, yeah, your health also. So it's our break time, and we've been spending this time chatting. If there is anything in the chat, let me even read. I can see, okay, the AI is even saying our study space section is underway. Ask for productivity tips. Yeah, you can ask for productivity tips, how to improve your productivity, how to improve your result, how to improve your output. If you're a student, how to improve your grade, how to move it from maybe C to A plus, and yeah, there are all things that you can do, and with your own ability. Yeah, so we've been talking about how to improve our memory, which is there, and for the students, we've also been talking about how to improve your confidence and how you to improve your competence. And I would like to bring this just in the middle of this chat today, that you should try to do things yourself. Try as much as possible to improve your own ability, and uh, rely on other external things like all those Google, all those app as a tool. They are meant to be. So you need to improve yourself and be confident. Be confident in your own ability to do things, and that is going to give you the confidence that you need to push on, to go on, even when everything around you is doubting your ability, when everything around you is saying, no, you can't do it. Then you will need to depend on yourself to do that. So it's very important that you consult yourself for your memory. You need to look into your own ability to remember things, to see your recall ability. Are you still able to remember things? If you were asked now, what were you doing around this time yesterday? Will you be able to remember in details what you were doing around this time? For me, it might be easy because I know I was sitting here, and around this time I was also standing. I stood, I came out and stand here to stretch, and I advised everyone to walk around and improve their circulation. I think that's what I did around this time. If you will check the video, you find out. So, and how do we arrive at this space is because when you constantly ask yourself, and when you constantly task your brain to remember things, it will take note of the things that you are doing. So it's a way of exercising your memory, it's a way of exercising your brain. So try as much as possible to consult yourself whenever you need to remember anything. You want to remember the spelling of a thing, you want to remember the balance, you want to remember the name of a friend, you want to remember a space or whatever you did. Try to consult yourself first before you look for external help, and that is going to help you draw things out of your brain, try to motivate your brain to think, and yeah, from there you are going to be exercising the brain nerves, and that is going to strengthen it. So it's very important that you do that yourself. I don't know how often you go to your phones for calculation. I don't know how often you ask Google or you ask Alexa. Those are the things we ask now. You say, ask Alexa. Alexa, what's today's date? Alexa, what is the temperature now? Alexa, who is? Can you remind me where I was going in? Where I was supposed to be now? So many things we ask Alexa. And depending on all those external memory, is making your brain to be lazy. So you need to start doing things yourself. Try as much as possible to remember those things yourself. I know that those things that they help. Yes, they are meant to help you, but they are not meant to replace your brain. They are not meant to replace your thinking. And the more you use your thinking, the greater and the stronger your brain nerves. Is better that you use it and depend on those things like they are tools. And that will be helpful, because the ingenuity of man is really, really something surprising what you can do with your brain. So try as much as possible to develop your own brain and rely on your own self, because you are the most reliable, you are the most unique when it comes to you. So what are we talking about? Let's just look at what we can do, some of the things that we can do to help. So during this time, we'll be looking at how you remember things, how do you remember things? If you see a number that is up to 13, and most times what comes to mind is that, oh, it's too many, and you might not even want to, your brain will protect you and doesn't want you to think about it. So I want you to try to pair them, make them maybe three, and see if you can remember up to 9 of them when you close your eyes. That is very, very important. So you try to uh, activate and to exercise your recall ability, because one, you need to encode correctly, you need to store correctly, and you need to retrieve the information. And the more you try to retrieve information, the better your brain knows, the better your ability to remember things, and that is going to improve your memory. That is going to improve the ability to remember things that happened. And today also, try as much as possible to remember the things that you did immediately you woke up from bed. So if you were asked now, who was the first person you saw in the morning? Will you be able to remember that? If you were asked, what was the first thing that you did when you woke up? Okay, what were you doing when it was 7 a.m. in the morning? What were you doing when it was 6 p.m. yesterday? So try as much as possible, as we are standing here now, try to see if you can remember those things. I want you to try to pull it from your brain, because if you can pull it from your brain, it's going to stick, it's going to train your brain to remember things. So try and see if you can remember. And how much details do you remember what you did yesterday from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m.? So when you think about all those, even if you're not able to get it correctly, you are not able to remember, sometimes because of this, all the things that I said yesterday, digital overload, digital distraction, information overload, stress, lack of sleep, and so many of those environmental factors, you see that, yeah, so many people, they tend to get confused. They tend to be more forgetful. You see people now thinking, oh, did I visit that place? Was it on Monday or was it on Tuesday? And they are just on Thursday, which is just like 2 or 3 days away from the time. They are now doubting, did I really go there on Monday? Was it on Tuesday? That is how bad the memory is getting. But it can be trained. It's something that you can reactivate. It's something that you can train and make it better. So it's better that you try as much as possible to consult yourself. So today, I want you to put your mind into remembering things that you are doing, and tell your mind that, yes, I will need to remember what I'll be doing, what I'm doing now, what I'm doing between this hour. So if you tell your mind that, it's going to pay attention and reduce the amount of information that you go through that are not helpful. Those information that you just scroll through and, oh, you just appreciate it, you laugh, you smile without giving it a thought. You are training your brain to appreciate very fast information, which doesn't benefit you when it comes to deep thinking and deep reading. And that is training your brain to treat information as if they don't matter. So try as much as possible to engage with what you are reading, with what you are seeing. Ask questions like, what is in this for me? What is the main message in this? If you are watching, so what are they trying to say? And try to summarize it. So engage with it. And that helps you. For those of us that are on break, it's time for you to walk around. If you want, you can join us in the chat and put in the chat what you want us to talk about. So if you have found yourself in a space where you are thinking very often now, why am I in this room? I thought I came to pick up something. I thought I was here to ask something, and you keep forgetting, and it's very often now. It's time that you tap yourself and see how much of this distraction that is coming from digital noise. When we talk about digital overload, we are talking about so much information. So many people don't know that human brain has evolved over years, many, many years, thousands of years, slowly, using slow information. But the past 50 years, it has been very fast. The past 20 years, the speed is increasing. So our brain now is grappling, is trying to cope. So it's treating the information as if they don't matter, because it's trying to protect you. So try as much as possible to slow down by asking questions, by writing it down, by talking to yourself about what you are studying or what you are reading, and try to practice active recall. So when you close the book, try to remember what you have read, what you've seen. Try to see how much details you can get. Practice space repetition. Don't keep going on and on about it. After seeing it, after reading it, close it. Then come back to it later, maybe after a day. Then the next time you try 3 days and see how much you remember. So that is very, very important. And when it comes to your productivity, don't overlook your rest. Rest is very important. So take your break serious and enjoy your break each time. So we are back to the deep work time, and let us focus. Try your focus now and see how much you can achieve in the next 50 minutes. So use our break time once again, and another time to chat, another time to stretch. Yeah, so this is our break time once again. I don't know what you're doing now, but it's a time for you to take care of yourself. So you need to be present in your break, and you need to look into yourself and take care of yourself. It's not a time to finish what you did not finish. All those tasks, they will still be there. So just leave it there and rest. So try to maybe chat, walk around, meditate if you have to, go for a prayer, things that helps you to relax. Those are the things that you should be doing around this time. So try as much as possible to take your hands and eyes off the main work, and maybe look through the window and see things further ahead. You can walk around, you can just stretch. Those are the things that you can do, and you can also just join us in this space as we discuss the things that we can do to improve our memory. Like we've been giving tips, and we've been talking about gentle exercises that we can do to improve our memory. Earlier, we talked about trying to remember what you saw in the morning, trying to remember what you were doing around this time yesterday, what you were doing 2 days ago, and see how much details you can remember. That is very important. So during this break, we'll be looking at some exercises, gentle exercises. So if you are joining us for the first time, or maybe you can just join during the break if you don't have much time, or you're walking around, just 10 minutes each time for us to do the gentle exercise, that would be very good. So if you're joining us now, I'll be mentioning some numbers. So let's look at number recall challenges. So we use it to improve our working memory, because your working memory is just in your short-term memory. That is your working memory. So what you can hold within that short time. So let's just try out numbers. I'll mention those numbers. If you remember them, you can just write them. Don't write them down. I'll ask you to write them down after like 10 seconds and see how much of it you remember, if you can remember those numbers. So I will mention them. Each time I will increase it. Each time I will increase it. So we have so many of such very simple exercises that you can do to improve your memory. One of it now is that number recall. Let's see if you can remember the number after 10 seconds. So I will mention it, and we'll just use maybe 2 minutes to do this number recall sections. I'll be mentioning the first one. I'll mention 4 numbers. The next one I'll add 1 more number. The next one, about they are all different numbers. I'll be changing it. So you try to see if you remember it, and then I'll be sharing some tips on how to improve this memory, how to remember things easily. So the first number is I'll call it slowly. Please don't write it down. Just bear it in your mind, put it in your memory, and see if it can stay there, and you'll bring it out after 10 seconds. So the first one is 3, 8, 2, 7. So if you can remember it, when I say, okay, if you remember it, let me know. You can put it in the chat if you're there with us, or you can write it down so we know if you remember it. Let's just say that you are trying to store things and bring it out after 10 minutes. So we've mentioned 4 numbers now, and I will be asking you to bring it out, and let's see if you remember it. Okay, now you can try to remember, or write it down, or write it in the chat. Do you remember the number, the 4 numbers that I mentioned? If you remember it, you put it down. If you've written it on your paper, wherever you are. So I'll mention that number again and see. So you see if it is the same. 3, 8, 2, 7. So how much of it did you remember? Were you able to remember the 4 of them, or you were able to remember only 1 or 2 or 3? Then the exercise is okay. Even if you did not remember it, but just trying to bring it out, trying to remember is enough exercise to stimulate your brain to start thinking, to start to grappling, to keep things and bring it out. And that is the exercise that you need. So we've done the 4 numbers. So we go again, and after 10 seconds, I will ask you. This time I'm going to be adding one more number, so we'll go 5 numbers. So the next one, I'll mention it. You can take your pen and paper. Don't write it down. Wait till I say, okay, if you remember it, write it. You can write it in the chat. You can just put it on your paper and see how much you remember out of what I mentioned. It might look very simple, but it's very helpful. These are simple exercises that are very powerful in helping your brain remember things. So I'll mention this number now. We are still doing the number recall. So the next one is 4, 9, 1, 6, 3. I've mentioned 5 numbers now. So let's see if you remember it. I've called the 5 numbers in your mind. If you still remember it in the order that I mentioned it, even if it is not in the order, you remember those numbers that I mentioned, then let's go on. So this is 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, I want to see if you remember the numbers that I mentioned now. And okay, what I'll do is to write them down, maybe show you later after, so you know if you were able to get it right. Okay, so that's the second one that I mentioned. So see if you write it down, see if you remember the numbers, the 5 numbers that I mentioned now. So I'm showing it to you now. I'm showing it to you. So this is it: 4, 9, 1, 6, 3. So did you remember it? If you did, then yeah, kudos, you should clap for yourself. If you did not, you've tried to bring it out, and that is what matters. With time, your brain will start getting what you want it to get, to store information and bring it out. When you listen, if you are listening, to sound as if it's very simple. We want a simple exercise, but these are just the gentle exercise, the little things that you need to do to improve your memory, to improve your ability to remember things. So what we've done now is the number recall exercise. So you can do it later. Maybe you just see numbers, after you see 4 numbers, 5 numbers. Once you look at it, close it and see how much of it you remember. If you can remember them all with time, you are strengthening your memory. You are strengthening your nerves, the brain nerves. So level 3, you can now do that one yourself. Maybe mention 6 numbers. Okay, let me just get 6 numbers randomly that we can. So 7, 2, there's number 3. I need another paper. Done this one. 7, 2, 9, 4. 7, 2, 9, 4. So 7, 2, 9, 4, 1, 8. So after 10 seconds, I want you to check within yourself if you remember it. If you remember, you can put it in the chat, and let's see. We are practicing memory. We are practicing exercises that can improve our memory. That's the number recall. So you do this each time. You're strengthening your brain nerves. You're strengthening your ability to recall information, to pull information from your mind. So it's very important that you practice that. Remember that we just mentioned 6 numbers now, which I want you to bring out. So I wrote it down. 7, 2, 9, 4, 1, 8. That is what I remember. So yeah, that's it. See if you remember that. So during the next break, what we'll be doing is training our memory to remember things, maybe associating it, trying to use it for stories and other techniques that we can use to improve our memory. Things that are very simple but very powerful when it comes to improving our memory. So let's go back to our deep work time to see how much we achieve in 50 minutes. So we'll be back again to this exercise once it's 2:50. Yeah, so it's our break time once again. This is a time for us to stretch, walk around, maybe meditate, and do those things that will help you recharge or renew your energy. Every human being, we have energy, so we need renewing. So you need rest to renew your energy. You can also eat if you haven't had your lunch, and yeah, you can go for your lunch now. 10 minutes is what we have. We can also use that to discuss. And if you are in for the discussion or you are in for the okay, yeah, if you're in for the discussion and you are in for the little exercise, we are doing the exercises on how to improve our memory, then you can just join us and let us see. I don't know how many people are in there. Please, you can come in and let's just do this little exercise, maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes at the end of these sections that we have, that 6 hours, we'll be able to do at least, it will be up to 30 minutes or maybe 15 minutes of exercise, which is quite enough. And you can continue doing that during your break time, sorry, or during your rest time. That is what you can do to improve your memory. And remember, your memory is very, very important for your success. If you want to succeed, you need to remember where you stop and know where to start. You need to remember why you went to that space, what you wanted to discuss. You need to remember, if you're doing your presentation, you need to remember the next points. So your memory is very important. So train your memory. I know that many people are very forgetful now because of over dependence on external memory, and also so many other things like digital distractions, and we have so many messages that we want to read now. We have so many reports, we have social media interactions, so much information that can be distracting. That's digital distraction. And we have so much information that we don't even have the time to process it. And we have a lot of stress coming from economic uncertainty, so many things that we are faced with as humans. So it's a lot of stress on human brain, a lot of changes that is very rapid, that is not easy for human brain that has developed over time slowly to manage. So it's a lot that we are handling. So it's time that you consciously train your memory, consciously that you improve your memory, consciously that you improve your focus, because your focus is the bedrock to your memory. So if you're not focusing, it will be hard for you to remember things. It will be hard for you to have even that memory discipline, like reading deeply, analyzing deeply, reading a long time, having long conversation, and being able to understand it. So many people, when you are speaking with them these days, you will say one thing in 200 ways, and they will still not get it. It's not that they are not intelligent, but they are used to should I say, easy answers. They're used to just getting the exact answer without trying to extract what you are saying. So we need to wake up and retrain our memory, because you want to still remember things when you are old. You still want to know where you ended your job yesterday or the last 1 hour, so you don't waste time in between jobs. So it's very, very important. We are doing the memory exercise. So I want you to look back on what you did in the morning between the hour 9 and 10. So what was it that you were doing? Even if you were reading, what topic were you reading? If you were writing, what were you writing? Are there things that you will need to remember the highlight from that hour? So I want you to exercise your thinking, to exercise your recall. That's active recall. Now it's time for you to bring out what you remember. And I want you to check how much details do you remember. And if you were here with us the last break, you know we did number recall. It is just a very simple exercise, but it is very powerful in helping your memory to be strengthened. It's very, very important to strengthen your brain, the nerves in your brain to remember things easily. So those, they look very simple. They are not like, when they talk about memory exercise, so many people will think, oh, we need to solve these very difficult puzzles. No, you don't need to solve very difficult puzzles, but you need to develop habits that makes you think a little. So the next exercise we'll be doing is just listing things. After listing it, I'm going to be asking you after some time to remember at least some of the things that I listed. Let's see how many of it that you remember. Remember not to write it down. Remember not to jot it down. Just listen and see how much of the things I will be listing, common things that you know, things that are around you. So I want you to remember it after 30 seconds. And let's see how much you remember. Remember the last one that we did, we started from 4 digits. That's 4 numbers to 6 numbers. So that was just like 10 seconds. After every 10 seconds, I will ask you if you remember the numbers that I mentioned. And if you remember, it's okay. If you don't worry, because what is important in this at this stage is you exercising your memory, exercising your ability to recall. And that is what you need, the gentle exercise to start things going. So the next one that I'll be doing is to list the numbers, to list them the things that are around you, things that you know. So I'll list like 8 to 10 objects or things around you. And when it is 30 seconds, I want you to start writing them down. You can write them in that chart. You can write them if you have paper. You don't need to tell me what you remember, what you don't remember. You just need to let yourself know if you're able to remember the things that I said. Out of the 8 or 10, how many did you remember after 30 seconds? So I'll be listing it. The first one is apple. The second one is river. The third one is camera. The fourth one is mountain. The fifth one is library. Then the sixth one, we have pencil. The seventh is train. And the eighth one is clock. So I've just mentioned 8 things. So I want you to think it in your mind and let me know after 30 seconds. You can take your pen, your paper, you can just decide. If you don't have any pen or paper, you can write it in the chat, the ones you remember. So let's know how many out of these 8 objects that I've mentioned, 8 things that I've mentioned that you remember. Then I will teach you a trick on how to remember things. When you start going through that way, maybe one week, it might take one week, and you'll see yourself being very, very, should I say, active when it comes to remembering things. You remember conversations, you remember things easily, and yeah, it will improve. So let's see how many of it that you remember. Now, you might just write 6, you might just write 1, you might just write 8 in that space if you remember them. Then I will tell you a trick on how to go about remembering things, because that is the same way, the same technique that we use while studying, which we call relation. That's when you relate things to things that you already know, or when you try to use it in another way, so you link them. So how many did you remember out of those things that we mentioned? Okay, I will list them again. If you think you remember, you've written. Let's see how many you remember out of that 8. Let me just give a little time, and we'll go back after some time. So I will list them again and see. So look through your list and know how many of those things that I mentioned that you remember. I said apple, I said river, I said mountain, I said train, I said camera, pencil, clock, and library. So I don't know how many you remember, but what I want you to do is to learn this technique, because we have just 1 minute. So is the easiest way to remember things is to use those lists to create a story, to try to link them. Try to create a story with as many of those objects as you can. Let's just say you went to a class or you went somewhere and you saw all these, and now you have to tell somebody what you saw. So the easiest way for you to remember it would have been, maybe you think, okay, I'm using the pencil to draw the apple that I saw someone eating in the train. And behind the train, I saw the mountain that was close to the river. So when you start linking it as a story, our brain remembers story far more better than any other kind of listing or whatever method you're using. Once your brain, that is why they teach children using stories, because it's easy to remember story. It's very logical. It relates with the way your brain is fashioned. So try as much as possible to create stories with whatever new thing that you have learned. Try to link it to things that you already know and create a story with it. Within your mind, have a mind map, have a story around it. Try to relate it to where you saw it. It will be easier for you to remember. So remember that we did the first one. The first exercise today was we trying to remember what we did every 1 hour yesterday. Then the second one was the number recall. Then the third one now is the list, and knowing how many of it that you remember. So the next one we are going to also be going at it, and that will be visual memory test, and that will take us like maybe 2 to 5 minutes to do that. So we are back to our deep work time. Let's see how much we achieve within 50 minutes. Then we come back to this break time and have the memory test. Not short partner. So we'll end it here today. Then we'll be wrapping up, just trying to uh, reiterate all the exercises, the memory exercises that we've been doing. And one thing I want you to remember this week is to remember to rest when you ought to rest. You need to fix your rest time. You need to fix your break. Don't wait till you are exhausted. Don't wait till you are tired. Don't wait till they tell you it's break time, and don't wait till you finish all the tasks that you have to do, because it will never finish. It will always come up. And remember that you need rest to be efficient. You need rest because you have a lot to do. You need that break because you have so much to achieve. So if you put it that way, you know how important your break is, because when you take a break, that is when your brain will have the time to renew your energy, your clarity, and to also process information. That is how important your break time is. So take your break time serious. Keep the appointment with your break as if you're keeping the appointment with your doctor, because that might actually reduce how many times you visit the doctor if you're taking the right break time, you're having the right work rest balance. So it's very important that you observe the break. So if you don't know when to take your break, it is still real time for you to enjoy your break. So make sure that you are always, should I say, you let your colleagues, your employer know that your break time is something that you value. So make sure to take it. And if you remember that you will need clarity to reduce the time you take in making decisions, because when you are tired, when you are confused, when you are already exhausted, it will be very difficult for you to make decision. It will be slow, it will be dull, you might actually make mistakes. And remember that your brain and your body will take a break, whether you like it or not. And some people, when their body takes a break, you know where it will end them. And when your brain takes a break on you, you know what it means. You might make mistakes, you might take decisions that you wouldn't normally take on a very good day. So it's good you plan your break. It's good you plan the rest, your rest. So for the exercises we are doing, I want you to also continue each day. Try as much as possible to remember what you did yesterday, what you did in the morning. So when you finish at the end of the day, you return from work, I want you to sit down and take between 5 minutes and 10 minutes to think about what you have learned, what you have been doing, and who you met, the things that you discussed. That is very important. So put it in mind to do those things at the right time. So another thing I want you to do is to also practice that the number recall. So try as much as possible to remember the numbers. Maybe you just put 4 numbers first and close it. After 10 seconds, see how much you remember. Then you increase it to 5, you increase it to 7, and maybe make a list of things, objects around you. And after making the list, close it and see how many of it you remember after 30 seconds. That is very, very important. And that is should I say, is strengthening your brain nerves, is strengthening your memory. Because even if you don't remember it, what you are doing is trying to bring out things from your memory, and that is exercising your memory. That is telling your brain, take notes of whatever you see, take notes of the things that you learn, and make sure to engage with content that you watch, things that you see. Make sure to engage with it. And how do you engage with it? Is for you to ask questions like, what is in this for me? And make sure that you don't just go through it, because most times we go through those things and it doesn't help us. And at the time we remember, we'll see that yes, we are very forgetful now, because our brain is treating everything as if they don't matter. So I will leave it here for today, and remember to join me again when it's on Wednesday and Thursday. That is very important that you join us. If you are a researcher, if you're a student, join us. So I will say bye at this point in time. So see you next week.